Hi, Crime Junkie Jurors. Good morning. Good morning. I am excited to be here with you. Today is Friday. It is no foot cam today. It is May 2nd, 2025, and today is day 8. Day 8. Karen Reed's trial, and we have a big day today. This morning, we have Jen McCabe is supposed to be back on the stand, so we'll watch that. And then I don't know who's coming next, so let me know in chat, who do you think is coming next? I was looking at my my chart from last year, like of who testified, and it's crazy how different the lineup is this year. It is crazy how different the lineup is. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see who's up next. I have redone a little bit of the Zoo Crew situation over here. I put down a big pink furry rug because there was no rug in here. So then they all like fight over the same little dog bed. So we got another dog bed, which you'll see over here. Tinsley's on it. Let me see if I can show you. I've got the whole Zoo Crew in here right now. Let me see if I can. All right, there's Lucy. You see Lucy. And then Tinsley's over here on her little dog bed. Right there. And then Emmy's on the new pink rug. So we've got the whole, and Tinsley's snoring. Bless her heart. She's got her little baby over here. She's snoring. And then Lucy. So, put, go. I wish you can kind of see Tinsley a little bit in the background. You can kind of see her a little bit. We'll move it around as the day goes, depending on where they all end up. So, Zoo Crew is living the life, and Bruce Leroy got some new water this morning out there, so he's good too. I'll show you Bruce Leroy. He was out there swimming. I'll have to bring him in one day and let him say hi. There's Bruce Leroy swimming. Can you see? Can you see him swimming in his little thing? So cute. The whole Zoo Crew. Cats are out wandering. Sue says, I didn't know what to do with myself yesterday. I know. I saw people were like, am I supposed to like actually work today? Or like, what do we do now? What do we do now? Good morning. Good morning. Haslong is the day today. It is not a half day. It is a whole day. So we're supposed to be here until 4. So we'll see who gets called, what happens, all that good stuff. But he said, I got so much done yesterday. I know everybody was like when you wake up and you don't have jury duty, then you're like, now what? Like, what do I do with my life? I actually have to work. I worked on the podcast most of the day, went to hibachi with the family last night, and then came home. I was planning on working on the podcast some more when I got home, but then I got to yapping with y'all. We went live on the other channel on Brandi Churchwell, youtube.com/@Brandi Churchwell or whatever it is. And it was only supposed to be like just a quick little pop in and say hi. But then we ended up hanging out all day.
Now open and may be seated.
Please.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, please.
What's happening with sound?
Just sidebar, folks.
What's happening with sound? Did y'all hear? Can y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that You heard it. Okay. It's not coming out of my headphones. It's coming out of my speakers. Probably because I messed with it last night. No sound right now. Isn't she the cutest? Love her. No sound right now. Sing until we come back to that other sound. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I could just put the microphone up to the dogs and you can just listen to them snore. That's fun too. Sing along. Let's go. Where is Paul seated today? He is in the back row again. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness. That song gets stuck in my head. Did I fall asleep while trying to drive? Remember when I tried to sing the lullaby to Thommy to make him fall asleep and hit his head on the table? It's raining men. Hallelujah. It's raining. Raining men. Yeah, he's been back road. Yeah, when all of that happened. So based on my totally non-creepy stalking of all of the reporters in there, it sounds like the court officers came in and asked him to move to the back row. So all I can do is speculate, but remember in that, we talked about this a little bit last week, remember in that that interview where he said something about how, he was letting her know he was there. So maybe that's why. They rehomed Paul to the back seat, back row. It gets emotional in the courtroom. I get it. Why is the courtroom so small? Well, they were in the bigger one, but the problem with the bigger courtroom is that you can't see everything from the witnesses. So the way that the jury box is, some of the jurors would actually be sitting behind like the witnesses, so you wouldn't be able to see their face. So the defense was like, we need the jurors to be able to see the witness's face so that they can, judge whether or not they're being, if they think they're being truthful or how they, their mannerisms or whatever. So they moved to the smaller one so that the complete jury box is in front of the witnesses so that they could see their facial expressions and stuff. But now it's just tiny. The courtroom they did all the hearings in was really big. Just not this one. Dogs are snoring. Body language is very important. I agree. It's one of those things where you can't base everything on body language, but it's hard not to notice it, and you can pick up on little things. I watched Dr. G this morning. Very interesting. I heard he did a video on Jen McCabe. I love Dr. G. I had him on before. Yeah, there's no sound now. I don't have sound now. It's muted. Already 2 sidebars. 2 sidebars.
I do. Thank you, Chrissy. So, Grit, did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
Let me move us a little bit.
Tori.
I better not have Taste of Biscuit stuck in my head. It gets stuck in my head. It's a catchy little tune. Catchy little tune.
The jury.
Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone.
Hold on. Let me reset something because I hear it too. Let me reset something real quick and then. Because maybe if I redo this, give me 1 second. Head. Okay, give me 1 second. Now let me try. Present, share screen, tire. Because the echo will drive me nuts. All right, let's try now.
Yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone have happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? Everyone said no, she did. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon on 3:40, 3:45.
All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
Hold on. I'm trying to fix it. Give me 1 second. Tech problems first thing in the morning. Audio.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time
that better?
you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right.
Sorry.
I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so.
He's going to use her old information and text to
Actually, 1 through 3.
point out that their timeline is really messed up.
It's 782 going
He's
to
going
783.
right
May I approach,
in.
Your Honor?
Yes.
He's going right in.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't think he would be handing her this if the words I think were in fact in there. Because he knows every word of everything that's in there. He comes prepared. Good morning. Good morning. Take your time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Sir.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
She saw it. She
I don't know if
avoids.
that's my last text, or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
No, that was so much easier. Just agree and move on.
You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
She wants so bad to avoid acknowledging anything she said before when he points it out, but then she's very specific. Like, But then so anytime there's a transcript that he can show her, she's like, I don't remember what I said. I said so much. But then anytime there's not a transcript and it's just somebody else, like Proctor's report, for example, she's like, I know for a fact I told him this and this and this. So she's very, very firm in what she said when they can't prove it. But when they can prove it, she's like, I don't know. I don't know what I talked to so many people. And that's not a good look. If she were not so firm in the things that they can't prove, it would make her more credible, because then she's like, look, it's been a lot of time. I don't really remember. Maybe I know that I said this to somebody at some point, instead of saying, I know for a fact I said it here and here and here.
May I approach?
Yes.
She's a talker.
Mr.
Just a
McCabe, did
normal
that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object. I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
We are already at another sidebar. Okay, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? I feel like we just are going straight into this. He's like, you know what? Let's not do the whole, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Oh, no, you go ahead. Oh, no, you. We're just going to skip over that and go straight to, look, this is what you said, right? I don't know what I said. I don't know what I said. Let me refresh your recollection. I don't know what I said. Here, I'll give you defense cam. Make it a little bigger while. They're talking right now about Trooper Prince, I think, the Kathleen Prince. Because she talked to Trooper Kathleen Prince, and Connor Keefe was one of the interviews that she did. So I think that they're talking about that one now. But see, none of the interviews were recorded and they didn't do signed witness statements. So now it's just kind of like, he said, she said. She says, oh, I said this and this and this. And then the police reports are like, that's not what she said. She said this and this and this. So see how much confusion could have been cleared up if we had done things properly. Which they also mentioned in the audit that it should have been. When she's read her own testimony, she questions her answer. Yeah. She's like, yeah, I said that then, but that doesn't work with what we're going with now. So just ignore that. This is our new timeline. Because, remember last year they said that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe 12:45. And then they proved that couldn't be true. And then they're like, we're just kidding. We meant 12:31. So ignore all of the evidence about 12:45. Now we're going with 12:31. JK.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
How does that make sense?
On which day? What are we talking?
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't
you.
remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
No.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Burnham, page back.
Sure.
This looks really bad.
189.
I don't know if she realizes that.
Thank you.
Can we get a straight answer from her?
I didn't get an
No.
answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
That's not an answer. When you're like, who did you talk to? Well, I don't know what I said then, but I can tell you what I'll say now. But I'm not going to say anything about what I could have said then until you show me and I can see it. Show me what you're going to impeach me with before I answer you. That's not normal behavior.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
No.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. if you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Does that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying to. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
Here we go.
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I
Nefarious.
didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Well, she said
Because
nefarious.
there's
Thank you,
nothing
Des.
about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll
tell you in a
go
minute.
wherever you want to go, you told her, No. Come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained and going to strike that.
You also told.
Okay.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. I maybe I'm a little bit behind because we had audio issues, technical stuff first thing on a Friday morning. This looks so bad. It looks so bad. It looks really bad.
May I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mhm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
Oh,
All
Lord.
I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked in missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked in missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Of what you
We
said.
can do this all day.
Oh gosh, just
Would it
answer a
refresh your
question.
recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
She's doing everything she can to avoid answering a question, and it makes her look worse than if she just.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
This is going to take another 4 years.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
She's so evasive.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification.
Right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I did. I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you. I apologize.
That's
Which
okay, I
group
didn't
chat?
know.
There are a few group chats that we,
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
there are a few group chats, so I need to see which one this is.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure.
Okay, the
Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
sidebar. Okay, the 507, I was checking my master timeline with everything on it, and I have a call to Nicole Albert at 6:07 for 9 seconds. I don't have one at 5:07 for 38 seconds. And I don't have that one. I don't have that one. This is all new to my timeline. And we do have some group chats from last year, but I don't know where they're going with these. I don't know which ones. Is this going to be the ones where they're talking about, oh, we'll get more information tomorrow, like talking about, and then tomorrow they ended up going to Lank's house? Or is this the ones where they're all talking about like when the police were there? So we'll see what they say. But that 507 one is new to the timeline. That's not something that was brought up before. And that one's a 38-second call. She brushed off the 6:07 a.m. one and said, because that one was 9 seconds. And they said that, she was like, well, she didn't answer. I didn't answer. I didn't talk to her. And it shows answered on the report. And so they were trying to say, well, maybe it shows answered because it was a voicemail. But there was no voicemail left. So 38 seconds is a lot harder to explain away than 9 seconds. So that's a pretty big deal. And the only reason it's a big deal is because they've all said they didn't talk. And she said that her sister did not know anything about anything until she walked into that house at 6:35. So if they had a 38-second conversation an hour and a half before that, why? And if he's missing and why not say like, hey, what's going on? Can you look out there? Like, look, I don't know, something. I don't know what, like, it's hard to say what you would do in the situation. I just feel like if you're going to look for him there, then you would ask your sister who lives there to look for him there. 38 seconds is too long for it to be a voicemail. Maybe it was a butt dial and a butt answer. I still can't wrap my head around her going into the house and into their bedroom. Here's my thing. I can't wrap my head around the police being like, hey, there's a dead Boston cop right here. There's another Boston cop that lives in there. Go check that out for us. Go on in and let us, we'll see you in a minute. Go on in there. If you could just, that makes 0 sense to me. That makes 0.0% sense to me. Like, what world is that? Would you not be like, there's a Boston police officer dead in the yard of another Boston police officer. Let me go inside and make sure everything in there is okay. Is that what they did? No, they were like, could you go on in there and grab your sister for us? See if they're okay. See what's happening in there. What? Tell me what world that makes sense in. Like, even in the cheesiest horror movies, you know not to do that. Like, what? This group, I tell you. And let me tell you how hard, okay. Let me tell you how hard it is to keep a detailed timeline when you have all these people who are doing like this with the timeline. Here's the thing, Tracy, her calling her sister would not be incriminating if she had told people that she called her sister. That's the thing that's like, because it makes sense for me to call her. What doesn't make sense is for her to call her and then tell everybody like, no, I didn't talk to her. Nope. What? Nope. I didn't talk to her until I went and woke her up. That's the part that makes it weird. It makes total sense for me in my mind for her to have made the call. What is incriminating to me is that she denied it and denied talking to her. That's what is crazy to me. Sure, it was just a butt dial. It's fine. The Law and Order dun dun is on replay in my head. Dun dun. Do people really have butt dials? Sometimes, yes. Do people have that many butt dials and butt answers and then butt callbacks in that frame of time? No. That part's fake news. That doesn't happen. Lucy's on the move. Yeah, why even, where'd that go? Everything just moved. Why even drive there? Why not call your sister and ask if he's there? That's why I don't think it's weird that she called. It just makes no sense whatsoever that she's like, no, I didn't call. Nope. No.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right. So now that That's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
All right.
Ms. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
43.
Yes.
Thanks, babe. Love you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes,
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that your phone number?
yes,
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
yes,
Is that your sister?
yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes,
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
What?
Who's Carrie?
Kerry
What?
Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about
What?
Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
What?
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Wilk, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
It's a 7:57 at 1 p.m. The red was okay. What is happening? What?
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Oh,
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
kept it simple is
Next
wild.
text, please.
What?
What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
And then the next day is when
Next
they went
text,
to
please.
Lanks. The next day is when they went to Lanks.
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM. correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it.
Don't
correct?
want to text
Yes.
about it is what?
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was
Harry,
January 29th,
what?
2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148.
This part, you only
May I approach?
don't
witness?
want to text about it if you don't want
Thank
it in
you.
writing.
Please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished.
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
The only ones that were where'd that go? The only ones that were in the last trial, the ones about we'll get more info tomorrow, don't want to text about it, and then write, that was in the last trial because that was right before they went to Lanks. Like the next day they went to Lanks and got more info on it. I mean, dropped the kids off. Okay. The Carrie talked to cops and kept simple. What? What is that? That sounds so bad. And then you pair that on top of her sitting here, like avoiding answering questions at all costs. That looks really bad. That looks really bad. So bad. Don't want to text about it is also like means you're exactly right. Like, let's not put it in writing. Because why would you want it in writing that you are going to one of the officers' houses the next day to get information? Carrie talked to cops and kept some. That's. Okay, let's think about this. When they get up there, or when Brennan gets up there to do redirect, he's going to need her to explain this. What's going to be her reason? Kept simple. What reason could you have for saying that? Maybe there's a good reason. Kept simple. When you talk to the cops about your friend being dead, I'm just going to keep it simple. What? What?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then the second time, she's telling them everything.
Just a second.
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to.
'Cause she's a talker.
This be marked. Just a
Okay.
couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top one.
1st,
The
yeah.
top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
in the evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Byrne?
Please.
Yes, that can come into evidence.
I'm just a mom. I told her, I just said, I'm just a simple small town mom trying to make it. Oh, okay. Never mind. Let me shut up.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using case statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If
Mr.
we
Jackson,
start at
that's
the
just how
second
normal
text
moms
down.
talk.
Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize.
All right. These we did have in the last trial. This is D&E Pizza reporters.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yeah.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
This is tell the guy never came in the house.
Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
Thank you for that context.
guy.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell them that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please.
Eat. What do we?
Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister, Nicole.
It was from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
Julie said Channel 4 is there. Oh, if she's there, ask her
See
what
where
the
it
deal
reads?
is. This is not hard.
If she's there, does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
Let's pretend like we don't know. Oh, and we'll move forward. That's fine. We all know. That's not hard. This is not rocket science. But yes, let's just make everything more
Mr.
difficult.
Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it.
To ask if we heard she is in a mental hospital. This morning.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister, Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister, Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
I know.
Who's
Put
this
it on the
text from
screen.
and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister, Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Oh, that's not. Oh,
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
duh.
Next text, please.
Oh,
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes. I'll
They
answer
were
for
there.
you.
I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed her the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael.
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
Of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please.
Only some of these were in the first trial. We didn't get to hear this whole conversation. And now we have more context to it too.
Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
She's a talker.
And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Wait,
Next
who said
text,
that one?
please.
Who said good? I was pulling up Carrie's stuff.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says.
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
Put the text back up there. I want to see them.
That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page? that you
Yes,
got?
it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Carrie said that she was at Jen's house when she remembered a conversation with
Mr.
Karen
McCabe.
Reed.
Yes.
These text messages were on a private
And called
chat,
Proctor.
both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
And move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Let me fix dog room because we need emotional support dogs right now. I think we all need emotional support dogs right now. So, how are we feeling? What are we thinking? Also, what the actual crap just happened? Here's the thing. We didn't get all of these in last time. We only had some of them. And also, okay, Carrie Roberts, I want to go back and listen to exactly what she said. Carrie Roberts said the other day that she was at Jen's house and She asked to talk to Proctor because she remembered a conversation with Karen Reed. And then they called him. So when Jen said we handed the phone to Carrie, that was Proctor on the phone. And so they're all talking about all of this stuff going on, like she's telling them everything. The first one, like she was she kept it simple.
Thank you.
And then she's
In
telling
the text
everything.
that we just saw,
That sounds bad.
you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard, what you heard during Carrie Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Carrie Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Carrie Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
Is that what you meant, though? That's not what it sounds like.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house.
He's about to bring up the fact that they said, well, no more tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Yeah,
And then
Coach
went to
Sean.
Lank's house
Yes.
the next day.
These are-
That also looks really bad.
Thank you, Robin. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
When you put that in context, which is what he's about to do, that looks.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, it's Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes,
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
yes,
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
That's a good
Do you
point.
remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened, but we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours. Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay.
That's a big point, though, that AJ's pointing out. He's like, oh, so here we are again where we can't
It was
trust.
11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from.
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified
That was leaving. That's all that was.
May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. The lieutenant showed,
No, he didn't show me a record.
he just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
This part's a big deal. I'll explain it when we're at break.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes,
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
yes,
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
She remembers very specific things until the defense asks. Cross-examination.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document
Oh, dang.
that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Oh, dang.
Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Oh, dang. Okay, real quick. I don't pause often, but I want to make sure everybody's catching on to what's happening right now. Or if you missed it in the first trial. So in the last trial, the defense has all of the phone extraction stuff from Jen McCabe, right? So on the phone extraction, it doesn't say like, oh, she went to Lank's house and stayed there for 45 minutes. No, it has like GPS coordinates. So as they're like filing through all of this information or whatever, they end up finding out whatever, that she is at Lank's house that day or whatever. And the day before is when those texts were from her sister, like between her and her sister, where her sister's like, we'll know tomorrow, don't want to text about it. And she says, right. And then what happens tomorrow where they can know more about it? She's over at Lank's house. And she never told anybody about that. And it wasn't going to be in text, didn't want to text about it. So she's over there the next day, right? They find this out. So the defense is the one who finds this. They turn it over because the judge made a ruling that they have to turn over anything that they're going to use to impeach the witnesses. So that's like, normally when you impeach them, you can catch them off guard on cross-examination, right? Not this time, because then when she goes in there to prep for her testimony, they're like, Tully's like, by the way, did you ever go to Lank's? And she's like, no. And then after she said no, she says, she was like, and then, oh my God, I remember that I went to Lank. So then the story changes to like, oh yeah, I forgot. We went over there. So then when she gets on the stand 11 days later and Jackson is ready to impeach her on this, not knowing that Tully already prepared her, like, bringing up going to Lank's the next day. Now she's prepared for it. So now she's like, he's not able to do like the surprise impeachment. Like, hey, you never told anybody that you went to this officer's house the next day. And so when he asked, what'd you do the next day? She's like, oh, well, actually, now that I think about it, I stopped by Lank's house and we dropped, so then there's like the whole story. So that's why that's such a big deal, because she went there. They were like, we don't want to text about it, but we're going to know more tomorrow. And then that's where they go. And she never told anybody. And then the defense caught this, and Tully brought it up to her before she was going to testify. Oops.
Take your time. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry. I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
She's gonna mock it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
In front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
Sidebar. Okay, so oh boy. This morning is much more exciting and explosive than Monday morning. I'll say that. Monday morning we were all like data, caffeine. And now we're like, what? Then what happened? Some of this stuff we did hear in the last trial, some of it we did not. And some of it that we did not hear is making the stuff that we did hear and all of the other stuff that we know sound a whole lot worse. The metadater.
This. Okay. Thank you.
Metadater.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that, again, what is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Oh,
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes,
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
that's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536 and this page is 540.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page 8.
I think we just caught a lie. I have to. Ooh.
Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's
home.
the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that
Would it
your
be safe to
address
say that there was
from
a lie
Mike
told?
Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened.
Okay. Do you remember when we were on cross-examination of Carrie Roberts and he asked her about going to Sergeant Lanks or Lieutenant Lank or Trooper, whatever, not Trooper, Sergeant Lank, right? Anyway, asked about going to Lanks, and Carrie Roberts said yes, that she picked Jen up from the house with one or two of her daughters. They drove to O'Keefe's house, left a couple kids there, and then drove the daughter to Lanks before going home. And he said, he asked Carrie Roberts, did you go to 34 Fairview on that trip? And she said no. She said that wouldn't be the route to get to the house. And AJ said, exactly. And when he said exactly, I was like, I'm going to jot that down in my notes because he's coming back to that. We're going to circle back to that moment. And he just circled back. That was on day 2 when he was asking her about that. And he specifically said, before going to Lanks, did you go to 34 Fairview? And she said, no, that's not on the route. And now, and she said she picked up Jen McCabe, and they went to John O'Keefe's, which it shows that. And then they went to Lanks. And Jen McCabe's phone location specifically shows that they stopped. They did go to 34 Fairview. They didn't even just drive by it because it's not on the route. Remember? Exactly. That was that whole moment. That her phone was there for at least 4 minutes.
When you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
That's a bad,
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to
bad. That's bad.
5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah. I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He'd had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear.
Yes,
because it's freezing out, correct?
correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Ferry before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you come go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes.
That's a new story.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No,
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
no,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
I
I
don't
do.
remember that now.
Let me
Will
refresh your
your
recollection.
Take a look at your prior testimony.
Sure.
I'm awake now. They have denied
Take a look at
going to 34 Fairview. And he's like, oh, for real? Cool. Refresh your recollection. Here's your GPS data. Like, oh, well, we may have just driven by. Yeah, we drove by. Oh, really? Does it take you 4 to 6 minutes to drive by? No. We went straight from John O'Keefe's to Lank's. Oh, really? Because you went to your house first and then went to 34 Fairview and then Lank.
Thank you.
It's giving
On May
nefarious.
21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing
Nefarious.
in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
Show did.
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
Jen, you're
I think
arguing
I
over
think you
silly
just
little
said
words.
That you maybe even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today?
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
No, ma'am. This is what we're not going to do. We're not going to say that we were in shock and everything is foggy when you get caught lying, misrepresenting, being wrong, being confused. We're not going to say it during those times, but then I am very clear and I know exactly what I heard in the other things that suit your paper. That's what we're not going to do because that's what makes you look like a liar on the stand. That's the kind of stuff that makes you look like a liar.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Like saying cracked with pieces missing.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have
to
a
shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back. And this will be again if we just go forward.
Right this way, jurors.
Here's the problem with all of this. Hold on, let me just make my notes before I forget because my heart is just a pounding and I am verklempt. What's verklempt mean? I don't even know. I remember the old Saturday Night Live skit where they're like, I'm verklempt. That's how I feel. I don't even know what it means, but when they're doing like this and saying, I'm verklempt, that's how I feel. Morning recess. Okay, so let's put this into perspective. Let me go to Y'all, this is just too much. Let me go to day 2 and look at my notes, my handy dandy notepad. Oops, wrong trial. This is supposed to be the second trial, Brandi. You're looking at day 2 of the first trial. It's not the same. Okay. The line of questioning, he says, this is what I have in my notes. Somewhere. Okay. Took Jen to Lanks, picked her up from the house with 1 or 2 of her daughters, and then drove to John O'Keefe's house. Okay, so that would have been, let me compare it to what all was just the data that was just given. Picked her up from her house with 1 or 2 of her daughters and drove her to John O'Keefe's house. So that would have been around 12, 13, 12, whatever it was, 12, 13, I think. Then left a couple of kids at the O'Keefe's house and then drove her daughter to Lanks before going home. Left a couple of kids and then drove. So they are saying straight from John O'Keefe's house to Lanks before going home. And Jen's daughters were with them. And Jackson said, "Did you go to 34 Fairview on that trip?" And she said, "No, I don't believe so. It wouldn't be the route to get to my house." And AJ said, "Exactly." You know what? Let's just watch it. Why not? Let's. I have, hold on, let me find what is happening. I have my timestamps because I'm a little bit nutty like that and timestamp everything. That was around 2:30-ish.
To replace that Ring camera, if the O'Keefes wish to do that.
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife?
Went in to go.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry.
Before
You
this.
didn't have any communication.
I didn't go in to go.
Indicated that you stayed, even though, right, Fairview during that.
Here we go.
Did you? I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars.
This is why he was nailing her down on this.
Then you went.
Anytime he's very, I'm going to
Jen's
rewind it just a little bit.
So I drove my daughter to.
Anytime he's very specific about stuff, I'm always like, we're going to circle back to that. And I always take notes of it because that's his style. He wants to make sure he is like on it, doggone it, and is like nailing this stuff in.
The length. And
So you where over to the Lank's house.
Hold on. I want to start at the beginning of this
Recognize.
so we can compare. I've been pressing too many buttons and now it's gotten confused.
is it
Oops,
March
dang
7th,
it.
2023.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So it was right before the last, shh, be quiet, Brandi. We're trying to listen. Not the last trial. Shh, Brandi.
You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
So I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No. I said, "Mike, is that you?" He said, "Yes." And that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
Not
you
a
also
play date 'cause
indicated
they're
that
too
you
old.
took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes. Because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house. So she was leaving to go home with me. So I was
So-
going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the
Where?
Lank's house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either 1 or 2 of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lank's house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
first.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, 1 or 2 daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the 1 or 2 kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her
A
friend's
hang
house. Yeah.
sesh.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay,
nephew, is my son's best friend.
got
So
it.
he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I'm want to make sure. Okay.
Oops.
Didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car, is that
I won't
right?
press buttons
Correct.
anymore.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah,
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car.
yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip,
No, I did not.
but you don't know whether or not Jen did.
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? Here's my thing. We have gone from Jen saying, I specifically remember this and this and this. I am so positive. It doesn't matter what Proctor said on his report. I don't need to look at his notes. I know that I said that taillight is cracked and missing pieces. It doesn't matter that he wrote it, that I said it has a crack in it or that it's cracked. I said it's cracked and missing pieces. I remember it very specifically. I remember very specifically, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I remember very specifically, she called and said this. I remember very specifically everything that goes toward the story that she has gripped on. I'm trying to use my words carefully. It feels like everything that she has tried to grip onto, she is so certain about. But then when it's like they catch her in stuff like this, then it's like, I'm just a small town mom going through trauma and I don't remember anything. It's all a blur. It's all a blur, except for when she said this and this and this and this and this. Those are specific. But other than that, it's all a blur. That's what, and then, but if you pair that on top of her doing everything in her small town mom powers to not answer questions and avoid answering questions, her credibility looks shot. And here's the thing. What if she's not lying about stuff? What if she's just like trying to hammer in all of the evidence she can to try to make sure that Karen gets convicted? She totally screwed it up because now she looks very unreliable. Tinsley's sleeping. She's having a dream. It's okay. It's okay. She's chasing that squirrel. Now she looks like she's completely full of something. Fill in your own blank here. Don't put it in chat. This isn't that kind of party, but fill in your own blank there. It makes it look like she is, I mean, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. It's great for the defense. It's a very good cross. This is bad for the prosecution. So, she's probably out there like so mad right now that they didn't. The thing is, it's like all of this is the stuff that there are two big points that Jackson keeps making with every single witness. These are his two themes that I have noticed. One is that every single witness is like, their memories are not their own. This is a curated story of what happened. And Carrie Roberts didn't really hear her ask for Google. She just told the grand jury that because she misunderstood the question. And, Jen, like just the whole thing, they keep giving this curated story, but he keeps picking it apart, showing that the story that they're showing is just everybody's, stuff put together in this one big crime line. And it's like a memorized story. And the story was different last year. But then the 1245 thing got debunked. So now the story has changed. Where in the world do you have a prosecution that's like, she hit him at 1245? And then they're like, oh, well, this shows that that's not true. And they're like, oh, she hit him at 1231. Like, that's not real life. This isn't how things should be. What is happening? Not normal. You can't be this sure about something, and then when it gets proven false, be like, oh, yeah, let's not talk about that. I'm really sure about it this time. I don't know what I said back then, but I can tell you today what I know for a fact. Yeah, okay, yeah, I said different stuff then, but we're not talking about them. We don't like to live in the past. We're talking about now. Now I can tell you what. No, that is not how testimony works. That's not it. That's not it. Like, think about if our favorite Canton small town mom is up there really having like nothing to hide, didn't do anything wrong, right? Think about how mad she must be at herself for being like, dang, I should have just been honest about everything and not tried to create a narrative, because now I look guilty of something. And it doesn't even matter what I look guilty of. If I look guilty of something, then that means that the jury can disregard my entire testimony. Just a small town mom. I'm a cool mom. Oh, never mind. Look, it is the end of the week. I get sassy by Friday, y'all. Just ignore me. I honestly do not think the jury thinks she is lying. They may think I don't know what they're thinking, but my thing is, whatever they're thinking is, some of them may think she's lying. Some of them may just see this and be like, oh, so she's so sure about these things, but then she says it's all a fog and she doesn't really know. And her story keeps getting altered as things happen. But then the other main thing that AJ keeps pointing out is that, so all of these reports are wrong. Think about that for a second. Think about what a big deal that is. and not just Jackson, I'm saying him because he's up there, but the defense keeps pointing out over and over, if the report says one thing and the witness is saying something else, and this is not just one report, this is multiple reports from multiple officers. So now the jury knows that either they can't trust the witnesses, or they can't trust any of the police reports, or both. Because how do you decide who you're going to trust? You're just like, y'all are all crazy. And then you have to vote not guilty, because what the actual heck is going on in this town, and why does nobody know it? Where, like, how? And also, I love me some GPS data and some time, some timelines. So I will have those added into the master timeline tonight, because I honestly can't wait to do that. That is that is how I'm going to spend my Friday night. That may sound sad to y'all, but literally I am so excited to sit here with a glass of wine and put all this in my timeline. I am going to be in here with the whole zoo crew, probably my husband, drinking wine and adding stuff to the timeline and being like, oh my God, when you put it all together, it's like this and this and this. And that's what really gets, like, that's what shows I'm old and weird and boring. I am not just a small town mom. I'm a weirdo, but I love a timeline. Side note, I would love to see their timeline and what they put together. I got some stuff I could add to it. I do. I got some stuff I could add. I could throw in a few things. Just saying. Jen, Carrie, hit me up with your timeline. I got some stuff I can add for you. Crazy. Crazy. Jen, Carrie, lock them all up and see who said. That's the way to go. Just lock them all up. Put them in all different rooms. Everybody will start tattling on everybody else. I'm just joking. That's not constitutional. I was just joking. Would it be effective? Yes. Would it be constitutional? No. Their timeline probably isn't even a spreadsheet. It's probably not even color coordinated. But also, I would still like to see it. Like, look, but could you imagine, like, me and Alessi could, like, totally make beautiful binders together, right? Could you imagine? Like, that's, like, Alessi, if you're out there, if you're listening, you and I could make beautiful binders together. And I'm here for it. I'm down for it. I would love it. He's so organized. He's so organized. Can someone explain to me why they sat in the car for 45 minutes to wait on a plate? Because Carrie's a talker. And also so is Jen, but she just doesn't say that part. The reason that they gave is because Lank's wife came out and was talking to them. In the snow, in the car. She's a talker. Shock and horror. Just got here. What is happening? We're all going crazy, Allison McNeely. That's what's happening. We are all going crazy. We are also on morning recess, which is fine. It's giving us a minute to calm down. It's been a morning. It's been a morning. I hope the feds are watching now. Yes, you know they are. They're probably sitting around like the Fed table. What, do feds have a table? Feds probably have a table. A gathering room, if you will. I picture like bean bags and an Xbox. I don't know why. Anyway, that's probably not really how Fed tables are, but I picture them in there with like just popcorn, like, no, she didn't. Because we have her stuff and she just, yeah, that's how I picture it. Maybe just because that's the most entertaining way to picture it in my mind. What are we waiting on? We are waiting on them to come back and give us more tea because we are ready. They are on morning recess. probably like, I just picture like the prosecution and Jen McCabe all out there, like chain smoking, like what the heck is it? And then coming back. Mm, mm. What happened this morning? I'll tell you what happened this morning. We got all the tea. We have location data that shows that Jen McCabe, although she has said multiple times that she did not go to 34 Fairview, that she did go there. And now she's saying she just drove slowly by there for 4 to 6 minutes. Feds have a suite. But can there be like beanbags though? Can there be? Lank's wife getting scoop gossip. Yeah, that's what they said. They said that they were talking back and forth. She was kind of telling them about everything and all of that. But see, the thing is like when you put that together with the fact that there was the text, the first or like the day before that about, we'll get more information tomorrow. Don't want to text about it. And then the next day they go to Lank's house. It does. When you start looking at stuff like that, like think about if this were something we were watching on TV or a movie. If you saw all that, you'd be like, oh, I already know what's going to happen. And then sure enough, like, 7 minutes later, then you're going to see that that's what happened. That's what it's like you use those things and it's like, okay, that's obvious that that's what that means. And that's how it feels. Yeah. Are we caught up from pausing? Oh yeah, we only ever get like maybe 10 to 15 seconds behind on pausing. I don't often pause, but then when I see all of you asking like, why are you making that face? Why are you like, what's happening? Why is this a big deal? Then I'll pause it and tell you because then you can all understand what's happening and why all of this is such a big deal. But I like to watch in real time though, so I never get more than like 10 to 15 seconds behind at the max. What's the white dot? That's Tinsley. That's Tinsley. And Lucy's asleep down here under me. So cute. Go to job interview or keep watching. Keep watching. Jobs. There will always be jobs. I'm a bad influence. No, it's just, I'm bad influence. I could be wrong, but I thought Carrie said that she and Jen had only met a few times before this. Now all of a sudden they're friends and need to drop Carrie's daughter off together. Yeah, they had only met a couple times when John took them to go get sneakers because he had I say tennis shoes. They said sneakers. Whatever you call them. Because he got a discount and him being the loving and giving person he was like, let me pass my discount on to y'all's youngins. And that's the only time they had met. Lank's wife is the same as Proctor's and the gift. Yeah. Which we will still hear about. Rocky Albert, we still don't know where he came from. I need to add Rocky Albert to the chart. I appreciate that you paused when we were lost. I don't like to pause a lot, but if I do, it's usually for a good reason. Why is it a big deal that Jen went by 34 Fairview and when was this? The reason that well, first of all, there's two kind of side issues here. One of them is that she denied it. Anytime you do something, if it's not a big deal, you're just like, yeah, and then we went by here because, we were in the area. I wanted to talk to my sister for a minute, and then we went here, and then it's no big deal. But when you go there and then you're like, no, we never went there. Nope, sure didn't. And then you're like, oh, really? Because your stuff says it. Oh, well, yeah, we drove by. We just drove by. We didn't. Oh, really? Because it says that you were there 4 to 6 minutes. Well, I mean, we drove by slowly, you know, like anytime, and that's literally how this has happened. So anytime stuff like that happens, it makes it look like what are you, why are you lying if there's not a reason to lie? People don't lie about things that they don't need to lie about. And that's why it just looks, because it's not even like, oh my gosh, you're right, we did go by there. I totally forgot. I totally forgot that we went there. It was like, oh well, yeah, I mean, we just drove by. That was it. We just, because we have to drive by that, we just drove by. And then it was like, oh, well, you're there 4 to 6 minutes. And I was like, we drove by slowly. That's what makes it look suspicious. If it was like, did you go by there? And you say no, and then you truly forgot, you're like, oh, yes, I totally forgot. We, you know, stopped by there and talked to my sister, or we stopped by there and, you know, we driving by just looking at everything. Why were you looking at everything? I don't know, but whatever. It's the way that it just looks so, it just looks so bad. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. How slow are they going? How slow do you have to go for it to be a 6-minute drive by? It takes 6 minutes to get from 34 Fairview to get to John O'Keefe's house. How slow do you have to, slow do you have to be going in order to get 6 minutes of GPS data at 34 Fairview? It's the optic that's poor. Yes, 100%. Which is why I say, okay, let's think about this. Let's speculate, because you're not allowed to do that in court, but you're totally allowed to do that here. Let's speculate. What if something else random happened? Let's say like a snowplow really, you know, did hit him, and then like a, you know, something totally that has nothing to do with anybody in this case, right? And then think about all of the witnesses and all of the butt dials, and then everybody getting rid of their phones, and then lying about making phone calls, and lying about answering phone calls, and lying about where you were, and all of these things. They could be hiding something else that has nothing to do with this case, or nothing to do with anything that happened that night. They could be like, and they're like, oh my gosh, they're going to get our phone records? Let me go to a military base and destroy it. It could have nothing to do with this. But the way that everything has happened, that's the optics. That's the way that it makes it look. So we don't know what happened. There's not enough evidence for us to know what happened. But we know everybody's acting shady. And that is what makes this like the biggest like OMG case, because they're doing something shady. We just don't know what. It could be something small. It could be something big. Maybe like, you know, they are like online gambling on their phones, and, you know, like they don't want their wives to know. It could be anything. But now everybody thinks it's this one thing because it's all coming out because of this one thing, right? The fact that we don't know, and nobody seems to be giving us any kind of clear information on anything, is why this is like, this has sparked so much speculation. Craziness. Craziness. The thing is, Jay knows what's to come by questioning why lie to get caught. I think that there are certain things that I think that they don't really think that it's going to be a big deal. Like if they leave it out, or, go loose with the facts or whatever, you know? Goodness gracious. She can't remember her lies from last time. Well, that's the thing is like when you're so sure last time about these specific things and now those things don't work with the new evidence, then you're like, you have to be so sure about new things. This has been a long break. Yes. How long has it been? They started at 2:05. Yeah, it's been like a 32-minute break at this point. I was screaming, pause, Brandi, which is ironic because I was also screaming at myself a minute ago when we watched that to be quiet. Long before AJ jumps to Long. That is coming, which is kind of funny too, because, we started out Monday morning and they're all hearing about this Google search and nobody has any idea what this is all about. But see the way that Jackson kind of lined this up. He's like, he goes through some of like the, whatever stuff in the beginning. And then as they're getting, then he's like, oh, so you lied to the feds. Which, to be clear, her lying to the feds about who she was, totally not a big deal. If two dudes approached me at my car and were like, are you Brandi Churchwell? I'd be like, nope. My name is Sheila, or whatever name came to mind. I would totally, they did not say like, hey, you small town typical mom, we are the feds. They didn't say that. They just approached her and asked, are you Jen McCabe? And she said no. So to be clear, that lie, I fully support that lie, 100%. But then there's the other one. And that one's the one that's the problem. When she's like, they're like, did you talk to anybody in those 10 minutes that you said you needed to get ready? And she's like, no, I didn't talk to anybody. That's what my kid always used to do when he would lie. His voice would go up like 4 octaves. Like, Jacob, did you break this picture frame? No, I didn't do that. No, yeah. So saying, oh, I forgot that I made all of those phone calls 10 minutes ago. I forgot that I've been on my phone the last 10 minutes calling everybody I know. That is the lie that is the credibility destroyer. So Jackson going into that, and it's like, oh, so she lies sometimes? Tell me more. And then you have all of these local cops that she's over there hanging out for 45 minutes in the parking lot, driveway, whatever, and calling them on the phone, calling them on their personal phones, talking to them, wanting to know everything. No biggie. She knows all them. But then you get the feds over here. She don't know them. And she's like, after a few minutes, she's like, I'm uncomfortable answering questions. Why are you uncomfortable with the feds, but not all the cops you know? So then he gets that part out, right? Then now he's walking through all of the stuff like, well, you said this last time and you were so sure about it. And now that's not true. So you said this last time and now you say this time. So he has progressively been building up all of the things that are destroying credibility in different ways so that by the time he gets to the Google search, the jurors, I think, let me just speculate like I know what's in his mind. This is how I see it. Anything that I say is always just me speculating. But it feels like he's like walking through all of these things so that by the time he gets to the Google search, they're already going to be like, look, she's lied about all these other things. Like she's been wrong about all these other things. So, can we really trust her? Is she really just a, small town normal mom Googling basketball at 2:30 a.m.? So I think that the cross-examination started out slow. And I think that that was, intentional, getting some of the stuff out there that need to be out there and then saving all the big stuff for the end. I really hope the jury is like, wait, the feds are investigating the witnesses, not the defendant. Case closed. Yeah. And Jackson kept slipping up and saying agents. And he was like, oh, I meant other agency. I meant other agency. So Carrie Roberts lied to the grand jury. Jen lied to the FBI and didn't remember going to Fairview before Lanks. Seems like they definitely know what happened. It just sounds like too much. Also, why are we still in break? Is this another like super break like last time where something is happening? Poor Chloe keeps getting referenced. Look, they did this in the first trial too, and I am not gonna lie. I was more offended by that than a lot of the other stuff that happened in the first trial. When like Chloe was part of that family for 7 years, and Brian and Nicole Albert referring to Chloe as it, and then Jen did it yesterday too, I think. It. I'm like, I don't even have to know the dog, and it's not going to be me saying, you know, it. It's going to be like, oh, who's a cute puppy? We have zero proof of the den walls belong to Chloe, no DNA, etc. Chloe, I hope that Chloe is living her best life wherever she is. And Jen said Julie wasn't involved in the incident. What do you think happened to John O'Keefe? I honestly don't know. And I have a few theories, but I'm very careful about not saying my theories only because the presumption of innocence goes to everybody. That includes anybody, you know, on the outskirts, anybody that's a witness in this case, anybody that's, you know, on trial. Presumption of innocence goes to everybody. So I am very careful about saying what I think may have happened because because I don't know, I'm not confident in anything that happened. So my thing is, there's not enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it because there is so much reasonable doubt. So that's as far as I get. And anything beyond that is just, you know, me speculating, which I don't want to do publicly because, oh no, in my group chats, I'm like, girl, let me tell you what I think happened. But publicly, I think it would be irresponsible of me to do it because I don't want to point fingers at anybody. But I sure do in my group chats with my friends. But that's different. Totally different. I was done with the McAlberts when they started calling Chloe it. Very distancing. Speaking of distancing, did you notice that my mom just texted me and said the prosecuting attorneys are in the back room crying right now. That's why the break is so long. Did you notice that they were distancing themselves from Higgins, which is interesting? We heard a little bit of that last time, but she said that they haven't. She said, didn't Jen McCabe say she hasn't talked to him since the wake? They didn't break for lunch. This is supposed to be just the morning recess. I need a group chat. No one in my world is watching. Oh. Everybody in my world is watching. Not everybody. A lot of people in my world are watching right now because they know that that's the only way that they're going to be able to see me for the next couple months. To watch me on the TV. I need to be in that group chat. Yeah, we're at like 40 minutes now. So, what is taking so long? Everybody wants in the group chat. I had to mute myself because I became the coffer. Who's testifying? Jen McCabe is testifying. The delay was because the attorneys needed more time to print. Court should start any second now. Oh, what are we printing? Oh, it's receipt time. I love receipts. Oh, I just love receipts. Let me get my water. Oh, I love receipts. Oh, what are we printing? Print it on. Bring it on. Oh, I'm excited. Put it in a binder. Let me see it. More time to print. Print receipts, receipts, receipts. Love it. Love it. I get too excited over these things. Brandi doing the Lord's work with these long days to break down. Let me tell you, it is a long day doing this. It is, which is funny because, okay, so I stream, like my day starts before I actually, before I go live. I'm here kind of getting stuff ready. And then I'm streaming all day, hanging out with y'all, watching it. And then right after this, then I'll do the recap. And then after that, I start working on the podcast. So it's like nonstop. And so then when I have like those, those little breaks in between or whatever, then the first thing that everybody wants to do is be like, oh my gosh, did you see this day? And talk about it. So I'm like, yeah, we can talk about it for a minute. Go ahead and get it all out. Get it all out. Tell me everything. Tell me everything. My phone's blowing up, like my family and friends and even my husband, when I come out, he's like, did you see this today? I'm like, yeah, he's literally watching me, literally has me on back there watching me. And I'll come out and he'll be like, did you see that? Yes, I saw it. I was the one on the TV. It was your wife in the corner. That was me. So yes, I saw it. The snowplow on Higgins Jeep really bugs me. Why nothing has really been dug into about it. Possibly he hit John with it and left him to die. I have thought about that a million times, and I will tell you why. I've thought about this, and like if that's what happened, I think it would have been completely accidental. He was, drinking, whatever. That's why nobody can give a straight answer about where his Jeep was. That's why he said, like, because even in the last trial, he said something about the Jeep having the plow on it. And when he got ready to leave, the plow like scraped or hit something or whatever. And he had to lift it up more. I've thought about that. Twitter thinks these texts are hurting Karen Reed. How? I will tell you that people will often try to grasp onto things and make it work for them, and more power to them. It's interesting. Did your husband watch anything with this before meeting you? No, not at all. Had never heard of it.
Let's go to the session. Please be seated.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience. Sorry. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you
Thank
tell
you.
me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what order he's going in. The order's very different than last time.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
All right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here.
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look
Correct.
at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again,
right.
you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay. So there's two phone
Make it
calls.
easy.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine. Then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that
that.
the nature of the objection, Mr. Brown?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
Come on.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully
Exactly.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. So this is another time when either she's lying or yet another police report is wrong. And the jury's seeing that this is a pattern.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Okay, so this was so this is 2023. So remember, this is like a year, I mean, a year, more than a year and a half. Like this is September of 2023. So, I mean, almost 2 years after the fact. And she's saying that she met Proctor in January 29th of 2022. And Tully's report says that Jen said she had never met Proctor before September of 2023. This was the time that Jen McCabe was at Proctor's house in September of 2023. Her Jeep was at his house. Because that's totally normal. That's how things happen. It shows either police reports are wrong or she's lying. That's the biggest thing. That's what they keep walking through with all of this. It's either all of these police reports are wrong, and it's not just like, I know that this is going to be very like throw Proctor under the bus, because obviously it's So it's not hard to throw him under the bus with, everything to do with this case. But also, okay, now we've got Jen on the stand saying, nope, Tully's report is wrong. Nope, Proctor's report is wrong. Nope, Lank's report is wrong. Who else? Was it good? I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look. So we are now at bare minimum 3 police reports that she is saying, nope, they're wrong. That police report is wrong. Prince. Yep. So we got Tully, Proctor, Lank, and Prince. Are those the only ones she's mentioned so far? So, and the federal agents. All of those police reports are wrong. But she's right. I'm going to go back and count how many she says are wrong. I'll go back tonight.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's 2 thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
That's not answer. How is she doing that?
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bad.
Thanks.
I don't know.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Is
Going in
there
reverse chronological order on this exhibit.
butt dial incoming?
You also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
What
You
dial?
previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
What dial?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
You were.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
I can give you timestamps if you need them, Jen.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the open phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often make phone calls? Mr. Cade?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the
So-
last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead.
No,
and
she's
finish.
not. She's looking at,
Okay.
no, she's not. No, she's not answering the question. No, she's not. Jackson asks a question and then she turns to the jury and starts a narrative. That's not answering the question. That's not answering the question. What is even happening? What is even happening? How is this even happening? How many trials do we sit here and watch where they're like, the lawyer's like, Judge, can you please, direct her to answer the question? And then the judge will say like, just answer the question. That's how that goes. Not, yes, she is. She is answering it. No, she's not. No, she's not. When he asks her something, she then turns to the jury in small town mom mode and begins a narrative to try to explain whatever point he's trying to make. That's not answering the question. What is even happening? This is like when she said to him the other day, like, you asked an argumentative question and she responded in return. What judge says that in front of a jury? What judge says, what is happening right now? This is wild. And also, let's talk about the butt dials for a second. Butt dials happen. That's fine. That many butt dials don't happen. And also, if you butt dial, there's a voicemail. Unless the voicemail is full, which we know for a fact it wasn't because Karen Reed left multiple voicemails later that night. So why not just say, yeah, I kept calling because I thought they were going to show up. Why not? Do we not understand that's why this all looks so bad? You can only explain away so many things, right? At some point, it's
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
oh, thank you, Bev.
You're aware
Was that
in
so
your
hard?
messaging
Let me
app,
shut
you
up.
have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial,
Mhm.
scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
For
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
Here we go. Google search incoming.
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct?
Yeah.
You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search
Google search? I don't know.
using
I
the
don't know.
Safari app.
Okay.
Everybody knows it was a Google search.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was a-
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
Oh,
About
really?
About 2:27 a.m.,
Oh, really?
correct?
You don't have
I'd
the
have
exact
to look
time?
at a record. I don't
You are
recall
so-
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
We're getting punked.
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
What?
You don't remember, you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
Yes.
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or
Oh.
did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
Oh,
I have a moment.
Yes.
she is. Hold on, Screaming Goat. Ah, batteries are dead on the Screaming Goat. Oh, I just got to turn it on. Screaming Goat woke up Kinsley.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make a reaction. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Hi, Jen McCabe. Are you new here? Yes, everybody knows you made a Google search at 2:27. Why are we pretending like we don't know or like, oh my God, what I may have made? Oh, did I use Google? Is that what oh, okay. I'll accept that. Did I use Google? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, 2:27. I don't know. I'm just a simple small town mom. I don't know. I don't know what happened. What? Everybody knows. People who have never watched a moment of this trial know that you made a Google search at 2:27. There's literally not one person in the whole entire planet right now who doesn't know that you made a Google search at 2:27. We've been talking about a Google search at 2:27 for 2 freaking years now. How can you pretend like you don't know? Do you know how long we spent on your Google search at 2:27 last year? Let me tell you, I can timestamps. Of course.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
Your Honor,
It's
may I?
on T-shirts.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms.
on
McCabe, I don't have
t-shirts.
a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I need a mega pint. I need a mega pint.
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay, take it down.
Oh,
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
I'll see
record.
counsel at sidebar.
wait, how is it not? Needs to get rid of a column? Hold on. Let's see what column we're getting rid of.
Ms. McCabe,
Oops. Too far.
may I?
Yes.
Thank you.
What column? What column? I want to see the column.
To the way it's presented here.
Oh, the deleted, yes. Okay, hold on. Let me screenshot it because I want to know what they're trying to pull here. The deleted. Did it work? Hold on. There we go. He doesn't want the deleted part on there, apparently. But that was the whole reason that this is. Did I make a Google search? I don't know. Can you show me? I don't know. I don't know. What? Did I use Google? I don't know. I don't know what I use. What? The Google search is on t-shirts. The Google search is on protester signs. The Google search was talked about extensively in the last trial. The Google search is common knowledge at this point. Why are we acting brand new? Why are we acting like we don't know? Oh my gosh, I can't. This is, if you don't have things to hide, stop acting like you have things to hide, because then everybody's going to be like, oh my gosh, she has something to hide. How can you? The screenshot I just took, it was just the way that the report shows. She's wanting, it sounds like, and this is once again me just speculating, objection, speculation, overruled. It says on the very last column, deleted, and it says yes. And I think that Brendan doesn't want that part up there. And judge was like, that's not how it appears. You need to delete a column. That is how it appears. That's exactly how it appeared, which is why.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
But I could be wrong. That's just me speculating.
Thank you.
But also, we're not brand new. Come on now.
May I approach?
Yes.
Google search? What? Did I make a good?
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't
Not
ask
what he
you.
asked.
I asked you a yes or no question. Did you
Answer the
understand my
question.
question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record. I'll
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold, yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long T.I. Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
It's like pulling.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it? or no?
Yes. Mhm.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like that.
So in the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
It's literally like pulling teeth to get her to just answer a question. Wait, did she roll her eyes? Oh, hold on. Hold on. I was making notes and I missed it. I love a good eye roll. Hold on, I love a good eye roll. Hold on.
To Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
That last week, Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week, Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Oh, I love a good eye roll. I love a good eye roll. Thanks for pointing that out, chat. Y'all are the best because I would have missed the eye roll because I was making notes. Y'all have always got my back. I love a good eye roll. She has not been updated that Carrie now says she doesn't remember or didn't hear it, I should say. Oh boy.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
you've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
We're all aware of
You're
that.
unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us she had sent Carrie off.
So of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes,
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Bring her down.
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes,
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
she wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need,
McCabe,
it was said, Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea.
Where's Marie?
I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do. Yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is. No.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Lauer. The Lauer.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right,
Speaking to someone?
yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to
Second
help
time
them.
she's called her
Okay.
Ms. Reed.
Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. And pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 20:22, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right,
Yes.
from frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolt, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
Sorry, I became the cougher.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, "Does anybody know CPR?" And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them?
I know,
First responder,
I know.
someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
I
Can I
can.
now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes,
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
it's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I
And-
felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those two very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have two more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house. And your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
That's the thing.
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Ms. McCabe?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right. Jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 40, 45. Then you can follow up on my.
Jurors, please follow me.
Yeah, I understand this.
Oh,
And how long?
oh, dang. That was almost as exciting as Monday morning during Within's testimony. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Let's recap. Jen McCabe's testimony. She's just a small town mom living in a lonely world. And also, Proctor's report is wrong. Tully's report is wrong. Prince's report is wrong. Lank's report is wrong. The papers from the feds are wrong. Celebrite is wrong. But she's not. She hadn't stopped believing. Also, Jen knows for a fact what she said. She knows for a fact what she said in those moments, except for those few times that she said that, but then it changed. So then now she knows for a fact that she said something else. but she can't be held accountable for that because it was just like those days were very traumatic and it was all a blur and she just can't remember. So you can't expect her to remember details. I mean, other than those details that she knows for a fact, she said. And although literally the entire world knows that she made a Google search at 2:27, and we all know what the Google search was, and we've talked about this. We have beat this dead horse for almost 2 years now, and there's been extensive questions about it. It is on T-shirts. It is on signs outside of the courthouse. It is all over social media, and we have been over this ad nauseum. She doesn't remember. Did I make a Google search? Was it Google? Did I make a Google search? I don't know. What time was it? 2:27? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. What? Google? What? What? And her cross-examination is almost as frustrating as watching her do every single thing she possibly can to avoid answering a question. That's fine. And now for the kicker. I put that stuff in those times in my timeline. And this is what I found when you put it together with everything else. On the 30th, she went from Carrie Roberts picked her up and they went to John O'Keefe's house. They were at John O'Keefe's house and Proctor called Jen at 4:45. They talked for about 10 minutes, then left John O'Keefe's house, went by her house, then went to Fairview Road, then went and met Lank, did not tell anybody about it, and denied going to Fairview. Did not tell anybody about anything until the defense brought up records about it. And even then still denied part of it. And if that doesn't look suspicious, I don't know what to tell you. Denied going to Lanks, denied going by Fairview, changed her story as evidence came out. It's crazy. What a crazy morning. I'll do my recap for those 6 things.
At all about them, were you?
She was asking how long lunch is.
Nothing
You
to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 20, 25. Okay. Then you can follow up behind.
Jurors, please go right.
Yeah, I understand this one.
And how long?
She said, and how long is lunch? Man, what a crazy, crazy morning. I don't even know what to say. That's, Right. Jen would like to rehome my timeline. Probably. because it's a pretty good timeline. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so I have not moved from this chair in 4 hours and 17 minutes. So I'm going to take a little break. It is a lot for a Friday morning. Oh my gosh. But also so much better than we had on Monday morning. Crazy. Okay. Let me get a little lunch break, take these dogs out to potty, scarf some food down, stretch my legs, do some juror yoga, and then I'll come back. Let me put in here, we are Luncheon Recess until, I'm going to say 2-ish because she said 45 minutes, but also they're always late. I'll be back before that, but I'm going to do a poll too. We're going to leave a poll up. How you think that went? Good for prosecution. Good for defense. Yeah, I gotta go walk the turtle. All right. I will see y'all in just a few minutes. Lucy's like pawing at my leg right now. And we'll talk about it and we'll kind of go over some of the other stuff that was said too. So I will be right back. There we go. All right. I'll be right back, y'all. This is where I sneak back in. Hello. Hello. I bet that is creepy if you have me in like headphones. Good morning. Go ahead. I jumped. I try to come in quietly. Okay, that did scare me. I tried. So creepy. I have to keep if y'all hear background noise, I have to keep my office door open for a minute because it is so hot in here right now, and I don't know why. So I have to keep my office door open for a minute to get some cool air in here. It is so hot in here. I scared everybody. Oh, sorry. I don't know how to. I'm going to have to. Yeah, I try to warn you. I was watching Chopped and was very confused. So what are we thinking? How are we feeling? I just had to go back and rewatch the last 15 minutes before luncheon. It's so good, right? Okay, so we know that there's some hiding or lying or misrepresenting going on. But why? That's what, like, I want to give, I don't know. I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. However, when it's that much stuff happening with it, that's a problem. That's a problem. I'm thinking, I do not know how AJ can be so calm when that Bev won't, but I don't know either. Look, because if I were an attorney, I think I would be so frustrated that she's not letting him be a defense attorney. And that's like, that would, oh gosh. The way she helps the witness and helps the prosecution, but cuts the defense off, that's a lot. That's frustrating. Crazy. According to the body language expert, she is telling the truth. Who is she? Which she? And which body language expert? Is Jen's husband, Matt, also a police officer? No, he works in IT, right? Jen? I think that she was telling the truth about some things, but there are other things she's not telling the truth about. So that's the problem. And I mean, it's like, wait, it's not even a question at this point. Like, we know that she's lying about certain things. So I didn't talk to Nicole, aka she talked to Matt. Do you think that's what it is? You think that call was Matt? But Nicole also testified. Remember, Nicole was like, no, I did not talk to my sister. I didn't talk to my sister or know anything until she came in the room. But that 5:07 a.m. call for 38 seconds says otherwise. Tori says, Dr. G had a great breakdown of her body language from yesterday. Most are lies. Brian answered Nicole's phone. That could be. But you know, they both deny. That's the thing. Is like, how are they denying it when it's on records? I don't get it. It gets frustrating. Hi, Lucy girl. Come on. Come on. What are you doing? She's like, I'm not ready to go back to work. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Tell me your biggest moments from today. Everybody let me know in chat. What are your biggest moments? She says, Mom, it's hot in here. I know, right? She's like, it's hot in here, and I got on a fur coat. I've got the door open, and it's already cool. And I closed the blinds, and it's already cooling off in here. Her just slowly driving by 34 Fairview. What's up with that? We denied that we went, and then we got caught, and then we're like, oh, my bad. JK, I went by. I just did it really, really slowly. I don't know what that was. Somebody in my family has apparently run into a wall or knocked down a wall. I don't know what that noise was. AJ calling out her sorry. Like, did somebody tell you to say that? Did somebody tell you to repeatedly say, I'm sorry, because it'll make you look bad? Like, that was one of my favorite moments too. That one was a big one. The 5:07 a.m. call to Nicole. The new text that came out. That's a good one. The new texts were big. That was the one about, like, Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple. What is that supposed to mean? Thank you, babe. Oh, that's so cute. Okay. I was just trying to get it cool off in here. That's why I had it open. Yeah, we'll wait till court starts and then I'll shut it. Thank you. Okay. So look, this is me and Lucy got matching friendship bracelets. My husband just look, Lucy, and then hers is a collar. It says Lucy. How cute is it? Like a friendship bracelet. Come here, Woosie. We're best friends. Come here. We gotta get one for Tinsley too. And Emmy, everybody's gotta get a new collar. Come here. Let me see. Let me see. How cute is this? Hold on. Let me put your new collar on you. You're so pretty. You're so, so pretty. Oh my goodness. You look so pretty. Oh.
Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, so counsel's 10 minutes late. As I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me. Oh, hold on, Miss Reed's not here.
Counsel's late. That sigh. She's like, ah. I think she's apparently very annoyed.
All right, so council wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in,
That's a new one. The other
In
one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
okay?
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
Just to clarify, it's not that we object to alignment, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer, so we're just asking that it be extended so that she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips, so there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't seen-
Then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
not going to conflict.
I haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Miss Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
The second issue is, I should approach that side.
Okay.
So the defense is saying that they want longer clips. He's wanting to play short clips, and the defense is saying she didn't finish her answer. That's very on brand for Hank. He likes to take little snippets and take things, out of context, and he does that a lot with stuff. So that's not surprising to me. And he says that the defense can't play self-serving stuff. But is it self-serving if it's just giving the full answer that was asked? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the clips are. We'll see what the clips are. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. She's not even out of breath. She's just annoyed. So she's like, she does her sighs because she's annoyed. I don't know why she didn't recuse herself, because she sounds like she just really hates being there. She's always annoyed. But then she turns around to the jury and she's like, she talks to them like, how like kindergartners gathering on the rug for story time. Like that's, but then she's like, oh, Mr. Jackson. Okay, jurors. It really is like, at least she's nice to the jurors, though. At least she's nice to the jurors. Better than nothing. I wonder what clips it is that he's wanting to play. He said we could have a hearing on this. Like, we need a whole hearing, which means whatever comes after those clips he wants to play, he really doesn't want in. Isn't it self-serving to only show a short clip? Yes. Yes. Which one is Jen's sister? The one in the back in the light blue shirt that looks just like her. Did they come back from lunch? Kind of. But now they're at sidebar. Oh, it's either me or Jen from the doc, probably. Yeah. I could see that one being one of them. That's a good guess. There is no dash cam footage of it. She says that it was, well, she said it was when they started taking John O'Keefe on the stretcher. That was the last version of it. But then I pulled it up and I was like, well, he's on the stretcher at this time. And it was like 10 minutes later when the Google search was made and he had already been in the ambulance. So that couldn't work. And then it was while they were sitting in the back of a cop car and they were like, okay, well, there's audio on the dash cam. So that couldn't be it. So now they were in the back of the car and then got out. And then that's when she asked her to. So. I don't remember this information coming out in the first trial. Which information specifically? Oh, there's the other one. Look. So is it? Hold on. Let me get my old lady glasses. I think that's her other sister too. I'm pretty sure. But don't quote me on that. During videos, while Bev called, yeah, she called her Miss Reed again. That's like the second or third time she's done that. That's the sister that looks just like her. Well, I mean, they both do, but strong genes in that family. Denise is the sister that made the timeline for them. Crime line. How do you think Brennan is going to try to clear this up on cross-examination? I mean, redirect. I'll get my words out eventually. Yeah, she also called Carrie Roberts Miss McCabe. She's like, they all run together. Where you say, I don't see Paul anymore. He was there earlier. They were there earlier. Maybe they're being called next. Now what? Oh, jury's being brought in. Get this show on the road. Lucy with her new necklace. Come here, Woos.
Court is in session, please be seated.
We bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please.
Can you see the little loose necklace?
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So cute.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance or help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. We move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Byrne.
No, I didn't.
Bev.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. You're of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you were asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by.
Yes.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
Yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a miracle.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview.
Yes.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house
Yes.
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
It's crazy how easy
And when
to
you were
answer
reaching out to
questions
him,
now.
did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did. Yes.
Why
Next question, Mr. Boone.
why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
He said, may we approach? And she said, no.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
You know what, Bev? If you would allow them to just say the grounds for their objection in open court like a normal judge, we wouldn't have to go through all of this where you have to approach and everybody's put on hold. But do we do that? No. We have control issues and we don't want anybody saying anything unless we hear it first. Anywho, I have never seen a court where the judge is like, anytime you say an objection, you're not allowed to say the grounds of it. I'm just going to guess and make a ruling based on that. In what world does that make sense? Why won't she allow them to say the grounds for objection? I wish I could give you a reason, but I can't because there's no logical reason. I understand not wanting to give speaking objections where you're like saying a bunch of stuff in front of the jury. I get that. But, you know, objection, foundation, objection, hearsay, objection, speculation. Things like this are not. It's wild to me. This is wild to me. It's just the whole thing. The whole thing. And she just can't be bothered. She's like, nope. No, don't want to hear it. I'll just, is that ethical? Look, I'm no lawyer. it does not seem like a good idea to me. Because if you, let's say she's wrong on why she's thinking that they're objecting, and it's based on something else, and she allows it, and it's something that shouldn't have been allowed. I don't see how that's even an option. Peg and Paul are not in there after lunch. I'm wondering if they are going to be called next. And that's why they're not in the courtroom now. But I don't know. Oh, she's a mind reader. Oh, Peg was already on the stand. I'm thinking Paul might be called. No, I'm not saying they're going to talk. Sorry, I'm misspeaking. They may call Paul, and that's why he's not in there. Maybe Peg's out there with them. I don't know. Maybe they just got tired and left. I don't know. No clue. Call Denise and ask her about the crime line. Give us the crime line. Doubt it, but hope so. I don't really know I don't know how much he can add. I'm trying to think about his testimony last year. I mean, obviously he adds like a human factor to John O'Keefe, which is a big deal. But as far as like actual testimony, I mean, you know, seeing Karen at the hospital, I mean, that was kind of already testified to, so I don't know. I don't know. I thought if you're going to testify, you're not allowed in the courtroom ahead of time. Most of them, that is true. There is an exception when, like they made an exception for the family members to be in there. So they are allowed to be in the courtroom. They're free of the sequestration order. And then sometimes like law enforcement and experts will be in there. So most experts will see what the other experts are going to say. What are we doing? It's a long sidebar.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone,
Lar.
was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
except she wanted the
Yes, I did.
text with her daughter
I
deleted.
handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
A phone call saying please answer or a text, Brennan?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks, sorry.
Sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry. 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 My bad.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
He meant text.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
She doesn't recognize the
I'm
number. She doesn't know
trying
who
to
she
find
texted.
people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
Sending these
no,
texts,
I have
Brennan.
no idea where he is.
Sending these texts. These are not phone calls, Brennan.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48.
He leads so bad. And the thing is,
I
he's
believe
giving her the
that may
answers
be
with
to
that.
Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
That text wasn't from her.
Can I ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan?
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to cyber.
What is she doing? He's like, we need to approach. She's like, no. What? What? How is that even? I've never seen a judge behave the way that she does. I have never seen a judge behave this way. This is crazy. They're about to send the jury out. This is crazy. The way she addresses Jackson.
Yeah, approach your
Yes.
Jury still there?
This number's, I won't read it, but this number on top, whose number is that?
I thought they were about to send the
79.
jury out because they put the
And
camera
the
up.
bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The way she, oh gosh. I've never, oh.
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 129-22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129-22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129-22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 129-22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129-22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did. Yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 12922, 34206. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 43340, 12922. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
$213. This is on 12922 at 43820. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond, 12922, 44038. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 44038 at 12922.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
Laura.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
He's leading so bad. He's like, he's testifying.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mhm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline.
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
She doesn't, yeah, she answers completely different.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Next, stand up the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
Assisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is that's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
Oh, he leads so bad. He basically testifies for her. It is leading. He's leading. He leads. He's a leading leader. He leads. It's very frustrating.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were pardon me, there were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
Cacophony.
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Gary Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise
Cacophony.
outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
Except for the
I've
feds.
spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating, so I think I helped them well.
And
Oh, no,
you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop, and I'm going to seek some counsel, yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Or any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them, yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not.
Okay, everybody's asking what happened. What had happened was he pointed out, she was like, I've never not wanted to talk to the law enforcement. I've always talked to every officer that's come and talked to me. And he's like, okay, but those two law enforcement officers from a different agency, meaning the feds, came and you cut that meeting short. You said you didn't want to talk to them anymore. You wanted counsel. And she said, yes, but I did talk to them. I invited them into my home. I cleared up some misconceptions. And apparently I helped them well because, as you know, they're no longer investigating. Like, Jen McCabe just took credit for stopping the federal investigation into John O'Keefe. What? First of all, that's not the flex you think it is, because AJ's up here saying you're the mastermind behind everything. And Jen McCabe is like, yeah, I told the Fed some stuff that they had wrong and now they're not investigating. Bro, you literally just admitted to doing exactly what he's trying to accuse you of doing, and that's controlling the investigation and what the police think. And you're denying it. And you're like, I would never. No, I would never. And then you volunteer that information. What?
Not a McCabe, is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes.
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
They're not one. Correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Sal, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe.
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good. Oh, mega pint.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play Clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outskirts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outskirts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John are hooked up prior to John and I dating.
That's Bella's mom.
There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Clips are played. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? None of that's new information, so I'm not. I guess her saying that, I guess they're still going with the Bella's mom as a motive thing, which is, yes, these are being played for the jury. %. I think interviews and documentaries before the second trial were a mistake. 100%. So they're not playing that one?
You're on the call, Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Okay, Lally. Lally woke up, y'all. This is Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Are we still a few seconds behind?
After about a year in that location, or
Do you work there now?
Hold on.
Where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training.
I put it at
or had a
1.25.
significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of Forensic Scientists 1 and 2, or Chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to Forensic Scientists. Forensic Scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a Forensic Scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation for the Toxicology Unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual, and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
Shots, bottles.
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how is work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation.
Lucy on the couch.
Where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
Okay, remember when
Yes.
Dr. Fowler gave
I'm showing you
the testimony about the blood
document. You
and how
recognize that
the
document?
two different tests? She is testifying about those results. She did the math on what it would be if it were done as whole instead of the serum,
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
which gives a range because they don't know for sure.
Turning your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we applied two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024. And so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And
okay, here's the thing. Here's the simple explanation of this. Remember Gary Fowler came and Dr. Gary Fowler, and he came and he was like, yeah, there's 2 kinds of blood tests that you can do. One is a whole blood test, which is the one that is done in forensics labs. That's the one you generally use for court. We didn't do that one because we ain't court, we're a hospital. So he did the serum test. The serum test is different because that's the one where they take the little tube of blood and they put it in the machine and it spins it around for 6 minutes and it comes out looking like oil and vinegar dressing with all the heavy stuff at the bottom, all the lighter stuff at the top, and then they test that lighter, watery stuff at the top. So the problem is the serum tests are not the same. You can have the same blood, like literally 2 tubes, and do a blood sample and then do the other, the serum sample, whatever, same person, same time, everything, and have 2 very different readings. So when Dr. Fowler said, like, yeah, our reading for the serum test was 93 milligrams per deciliter. You divide that by 1,000. So that gives your like blood alcohol content level. So blood alcohol content level at that time was 0.093. I think the legal to drive in Massachusetts like 0.08. So that's at 9:08 a.m. So now this lady is like, hey, math is fun. Let's take this and try to figure out how drunk she was at midnight. So she's going through all of this to say there's so many factors that, like, including when they stopped drinking, their drinking history, their body, their, weight, their any kind of, certain illnesses, affect how it does metabolism, all kinds of things impact what this is. So it's like, yeah, we really don't know, but we'll factor in a whole bunch of different stuff and just give it a go and give y'all a guess. So that's what they've done. The other testing that they, like the whole blood testing, is generally 13 to 19% lower than the serum testing. So that's the first calculation they do. So the first one is like to try to make the oil and vinegar type test the equivalent of what it would have been if they had done a whole blood test. So that's what they do to get that first. And then they take that number, which was the 0.078% to 0.092%. So then they take that and then they factor in all these other things to take into consideration, all of these other things to try to like backtrack and see how that would compare. Like if it's this at 9:08, what would it have been at midnight? And then they throw in all these different things and try to get to that number that it like a range. The range that they came up with when they did this in the last trial was 0.135% to 0.292%, which is a huge range. And also, we don't really know if it's accurate or not.
And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's different than the last guy's range.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Nady?
Thank you, Ron.
And at this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late.
Thank you.
But they're
Good
going
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, their review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, correct. Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, The testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame. we were looking
And
at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So- All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't.
No half days?
The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week. And I will see counsel at sidebar.
No half days? What? How could they? It'll be our first full week with 5 days and no half days. Today was quite a day. We'll see if they come back on the record. Wow. Yeah, all the cocktail o'clock. All this alcohol talking is yeah. But yeah, all of that is like a lot of, there are 1 million factors, and this isn't, known to be accurate at all, but this is our guess. It's our estimated guess. It's, it is what it is. So the last witness is coming back on Monday. Yeah. Can we take a vote? This is like when I wish that they would let us take a vote. Can we take a vote? Do we really need to have her Monday? Can we just sum this up? I literally just summed up all of this in that one little moment that we paused. Do we really need to start? We're going to start off Monday morning with this. Move it along. But what do I know? Vote no for her on Monday. Another technical Monday morning. But not this morning. Not this morning. This morning, we were all awake, and today was quite a big day. Quite a big day. Are you doing daily summaries of the proceedings? I have a daily summary for every day that we've been in court. I think starting today, rather than doing a full summary, we're gonna start doing the top 3 holy crap moments, or more if there are more. And then I have at the end of each week, I've released the podcast, 13th Juror Podcast. The whole season 2 is Conspiracy in Canton. The whole season is nothing but Karen Reed. I started covering this it's been 84 years. But the the full recap of everything for the week and all of the information put together, compared, contrasted, organized. All of that comes out at the end of the week. It will probably be either Saturday or Sunday when it comes out. That's kind of, that way I can get the whole weekend. Marie Moss with our official stats. 2 witnesses, 16 sidebars, 123 objections. That's a record, right? That's the most we've had this trial. 123 objections, with 121 with Jim McCabe for her entire testimony. Wow. Oh, 17 for 7. I can't talk. Apologize. 17 for her testimony. Wow. Wow. Oh, Daddy was close. She said 100 for today. Close. Only 17 times. Only 17 times. That's crazy. I like watching your recaps the morning of the new day, so it's fresh in my mind. Yeah. Trial number 2 starts with episode 47. Last week is the first full day. Yeah. I covered like some of the pretrial stuff and the jury's jury selection stuff and all of that, you know, the weeks before. And then of course I got all the pretrial hearings and motions and arguments and all of that stuff. But last week, episode, what am I working on right now? Episode 49? I don't even know. It's all running together. I think it's whatever episode came out last week is the first episode of this actual trial. The one before that had like jury selection, stuff like that. And then for the first trial, I think the episodes start at episode 10-ish. I think. I'm just doing a retrograde extrapolation and guessing. I think it's around 10, but I don't. That might be as accurate as the retrograde extrapolation. All right, so episode 49. Okay, see, I'm glad y'all. I should know this. It's my podcast. I spend 1 million hours on it. I should know this. But yeah, last week is the first full week of testimony. So I will have the episode for this week. I've got a lot of it done, but and I also included the update on the Turtle Boy stuff, all that stuff that happened, because that had some Jen McCabe stuff in there too, of course, and some Tully stuff and a lot of the same players, you know. So I've got that in there, and yes, episode 49. So episode 49 will be the one that's coming out this week. That'll be for week 2. Jury selection. See, I love it. Y'all are on top of it. Anytime I need anything, I can just ask y'all, and y'all just know things. You trial and you know things. Jury selection for the first trial started episode 9. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank you. Thank you. Are they coming back any minute? They are not coming back at all. They are like, we are done. We are going to get a mega pint and get up out of here. They're ready to start their weekend. And what an explosive Friday. What a way to end it. What a way to end it. So crazy. Are you surprised that the defense didn't address the John O'Keefe voicemail that picks up Jen McCabe whispering at the time of the call to her sister after the 911 call? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, because I think that with them, there's so much with her, they have to kind of go through and pick which things they really want to hammer in on and which ones they don't. I think they picked some good ones to hammer in on. Her little comment about the feds just had me floored. There were a few huge moments today. I can't wait to do the recap. The recap. Let's try that again. The recap with the biggest moments. Oh my goodness gracious. Crazy day today. And also, what a day to start doing like the top holy crap moments, because could you imagine trying to find like the top holy crap moment in just data? Not for me. What's your opinion on how the jury took her Fed comment? I don't know. That's so hard to say because they don't know what we know. So they don't, unless they picked up on it, they don't know that she's talking about how she like wouldn't talk to the feds. And, you know, after a while, like, cause he's saying like, you know, you wouldn't talk to those law enforcement agents from another agency. And she's like, I invited them to my home. I told them what they had wrong, and I helped them so good that they're not even investigating anymore, as you know. Paraphrasing, but only barely paraphrasing. I mean, she almost said like exactly, I just can't remember the exact words, but yeah, that was wild, and also ironic because she's like, I'm not trying to, you know, like control anything. But then she takes credit for controlling the federal investigation. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up. I feel like they have to know by now with all the agent drops. I feel like they do too. I feel like they would have to also, right? Right? They would have to, right? I think so. All right, y'all. Man, has it been a day. Wow, has it been a day. Dang. Thank goodness I work in a law office and we are all following the trial. I think that's amazing. I think that's amazing. Like this is like a law office's, or like even like a law student or law teacher. If I were a law teacher, I would be like, this is what we're doing all day, every day. And then I would just do what I'm doing now, except for like, instead of all the extra like snark, it would just be like law. Snark is more fun. All right, y'all. I appreciate you hanging out. Please hit the like button if you have not hit the like button. We will be back on Monday with, this will wrap up quick because, I mean, how much more can you really talk about this? And by the time our, you know, coffee or whatever kicks in on Monday morning, they'll be done with this and then we'll get into whatever the actual stuff is. But make sure you check out the video this afternoon because we're going to put the top, like, whoa moments on there. And I'm excited because there were a few of them today. My phone is blowing up. So, anyway, look for that sometime tonight / this evening. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your Friday night, your Saturday, your Sunday, and I will see you next week for our first full week. How are we going to make it? We're exhausted after our half days. All right, y'all. I appreciate you. I will see you on Monday. Enjoy your weekend.